first owl arrived during the afternoon feeding, Charlie Weasley stood at the edge of the reinforced enclosure, watching Dimitru guide a half-ton Swedish short snout toward her meal. 3 sheep, already dead, arranged in the feeding circle. The dragon moved with careful grace, the silver-blue scales catching the late April sunlight that slanted through the Carpathian peaks. Beautiful creatures, dragons. Dangerous, yes, but honest in their danger. You always knew where you stood with a dragon. The tawny owl circled twice before diving toward him, and Charlie's stomach clenched before he'd even read the message. British owls didn't come to the reserve often. Mail usually traveled through official ministry channels or the reserve's own delivery system. A personal owl meant urgency, meant something couldn't wait for proper routes. He unrolled the parchment with fingers that suddenly felt clumsy in their dragon hide gloves. Charlie. Something's happening at home. Ministry's in chaos. Can't get clear word. Try to reach Mum. Bill. That was all. No details, no explanation for the tight, rushed handwriting, so unlike Bill's usually careful script. Charlie read it 3 times, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something that made sense. Problem. Dimitru called from the enclosure. The Romanian handler had paused, one hand still on the feeding pole, his weathered face creased with concern. I don't know, Charlie answered honestly. Family thing, in Britain. Dimitru nodded, asked nothing further. Dragon handlers learned early not to pry. Everyone who came to the reserves was running from something or toward something, and either way, it was their own business. Go, he said simply. I finish here. Charlie was already moving toward the administrative hut before Dimitru finished speaking. The flu connection took 4 tries to establish. Charlie knelt before the fireplace in the reserve director's office, feeding precious flu powder into flames that kept sputtering and dying. International connections were always temperamental, but this felt different. The network itself seemed disturbed, magical channels disrupted, like water flowing wrong. The burrow, he called into the 4th attempt, and this time the flames turned green and held. For a moment, Charlie caught a glimpse of his family's kitchen, chairs overturned, something broken on the floor, and then a voice, distant and distorted. Can't talk now. Battle. Hogwarts. The connection severed with a sound like breaking glass. Charlie rocked back on his heels, heart hammering. Battle. Hogwarts. The words echoed in his head, trying to connect to meaning. Hogwarts hadn't seen battle since. No, that wasn't right. There'd been that business with the Triwizard Tournament, and before that the Chamber But those were incidents, contained things. The word battle meant something bigger, something that would overturn kitchen chairs and make Bill's handwriting shake. Not working. Director Angelescu appeared in the doorway, her silver hair pulled back in its usual severe bun. She'd run the Romanian Dragon Reserve for 20 years and had seen handlers receive bad news before. Her face held professional sympathy, but also the calculation of someone managing a dangerous facility who needed to know if her people were compromised. I need to contact Britain, Charlie said. The ministry, maybe. Or do we have anyone here with family in the British magical community? The Welsh handler, Gwynfor. He has a sister in London. But Charlie... Angelescu moved into the room properly, closing the door behind her. The international alert system signaled this morning. Britain's magical network is reporting significant disturbance. Whatever's happening, it's large enough that the International Confederation is monitoring. The words should have clarified something. Instead, they made everything worse. Significant disturbance, large enough for international monitoring, and his family was there, in the middle of it, while Charlie stood in a Romanian office smelling of dragon smoke and mountain pine, completely useless. "I need to go home," he said. Angelescu nodded slowly. "I'll start the port key authorization. International emergency travel. It will take time. Few hours, maybe more. The British ministry will have to approve entry. And if they're in crisis..." She spread her hands. "I make no promises how long." "Please try." She was already reaching for parchment. "Go. Pack. Check with Gwynfor. I'll send word when I know something." Charlie found Gwynfor in the Whelping Caves, monitoring a clutch of Romanian longhorn eggs that were due to hatch within the week. The Welsh handler looked up from his notes, and Charlie saw his own fear reflected there. "You've heard something," Gwynfor said, not a question. "Bill sent an owl. Said something's happening at home. Ministry in chaos. I can't get through on the flu. Have you?" "My sister sent a Patronus 2 hours ago." Gwynfor's voice was carefully steady. "She said there's fighting at Hogwarts. He, who must not be named. She was heading there. She's an aura. That's all I know." The cave suddenly felt too small, the heat from the warming spells too intense. Charlie leaned against the rocky wall, its rough surface pressing through his work robes. "When did you last hear about him being active? I've been here for months. I haven't followed..." "There've been rumors all year," Gwynfor said quietly. "Things happening at the school. The ministry fell last summer. Did you know that? He's been in control since then, at least officially. But most of us here, we don't pay much attention to British politics. Dragon work keeps you focused on what's in front of you." "Yes, dragon work kept you focused. Dragon work let you forget about wars and dark wizards and family members who might be in danger. Dragon work was safe and distant and completely irrelevant when your family needed you." "I'm trying to get a port key," Charlie said. "Angelescu's working on it." "I already asked. She told me the same. Few hours, maybe more." Gwynfor returned to his monitoring equipment, but his hands shook slightly as he adjusted the temperature gauge. "At least we're doing something, yeah? Better than just standing here." Charlie didn't answer. Standing here was exactly what they were doing. What they'd been doing while whatever it was happened at home. He thought of his brothers. Bill was in Britain. He knew that much, working for Gringotts. Percy was at the ministry, or had been before it fell. Fred and George had their joke shop in Diagon Alley. Ron was, where? Still at school? He'd be of age now, wouldn't he? 17 already. Old enough to fight, old enough to die. The thought came cold and sudden, and Charlie pushed it away. No. He'd get home and everyone would be fine, and this would be another story to tell over dinner at the Burrow. His mother fussing, and his father excited about some new Muggle artifact, and the eggs, he said abruptly. This clutch. They'll need monitoring through the hatching. I should write notes before if I. Already done, Gwynfor said. Did mine this morning, just in case. Just in case. As if they both knew already that something had broken, that the world had shifted while they fed dragons and monitored eggs, and pretended distance meant safety. The hours crawled. Charlie tried 6 more flu calls. 3 failed to connect at all. too reached wrong destinations. Once a confused witch in Cornwall. Once a Scottish pub whose patrons stared at him in alarm before the barman cut the connection. The sixth reached the Ministry of Magic's atrium, where a harried-looking wizard told him the Flu network was experiencing technical difficulties due to recent events, and to please try again later. He sent 3 owls to the burrow. None returned. He tried everyone he could think of with British connections. An Irish handler whose cousin worked in Hogsmeade, a Bulgarian researcher with friends in London, even old Hogwarts classmates whose addresses he half remembered. Each attempt brought either silence or fragments of information that didn't quite connect. There'd been a battle. It was over. People died. The Dark Lord was defeated. The Dark Lord was victorious. Harry Potter was dead. Harry Potter was alive. Hogwarts was destroyed. Hogwarts stood. Every conflicting report made it worse. By evening, the whole reserve knew something was happening. Handlers gathered in clusters, speaking in low voices. Those with British connections looked haunted. The dragons sensed the disturbance. They always did when their handlers were upset. And several had to be calmed with extra feeding and soothing charms. Charlie went through the motions of his evening duties mechanically. He helped secure the enclosures for the night, checked water troughs, inspected fence wards. The familiar tasks usually brought peace. Tonight, they felt like betrayal, pretending normalcy while his family faced something he couldn't even properly name. The sun set behind the mountains in shades of copper and gold. Beautiful. Charlie barely saw it. Angelescu found him near midnight in the staff quarters, where he'd been sitting on his bunk staring at Bill's letter for the past hour. "I have a port key authorization," she said. "But Charlie, it's not to Britain." He stood so fast, he nearly hit his head on the low ceiling. "What? Why not?" "British magical borders are locked. No unauthorized entry. The port key will take you to France, Calais. From there, you'll need to arrange passage across the channel. Boat, maybe, or find a way through the border checkpoints. It's the best I can do. France, Calais, across the channel." Each word was another delay, another barrier between him and home. But at least it was movement. At least it was toward instead of away. "When?" "Now, if you want. The authorization is good for 2 hours." Charlie grabbed his bag. He'd packed hours ago, and followed her through the dark reserve grounds. The night air smelled of pine and dragon, familiar scents that he'd learned to love over the years he'd been here. Romania had been good to him. The reserve had given him purpose, peace, a place where he belonged. He'd thought, stupidly he saw now, that he could build a life apart from the war. That distance meant safety. That his family could take care of themselves while he took care of dragons. The International Travel Office was small, tucked into the base of the administrative building. A wizard Charlie didn't recognize stood waiting, holding an old boot that glowed faintly with port-key enchantments. "Charlie Weasley?" the wizard asked, consulting a clipboard. "Yes." "Destination: Calais, France. Arrival location: International Magical Port Authority. You understand that from there, you are responsible for your own arrangements." "I understand. British borders are currently sealed. We cannot guarantee you will be able to enter. If you are refused entry, you'll need to arrange return transportation at your own expense." "Fine. Yes. Can we, The wizard held out the boot. "On 3. 1, 2. Charlie's hand closed around the cracked leather, and the world dissolved. The landing was rough. Poor keys always were over long distances. And Charlie stumbled before catching himself in a room that smelled of sea salt and bureaucratic parchment. The French portkey station was busier than he expected for midnight. Witches and wizards hurrying through with the purposeful speed of people trying to reach somewhere important. A bored-looking witch at a desk barely glanced at him. Purpose of travel? Family emergency. Britain. Britain's borders are closed. No entry without prior authorization. I know. I'm trying to... Can I get to Calais? The Muggle town? She stamped something without looking up. Platform 6. Follow the green lights. Muggle border crossing is your own risk. Charlie followed green lights through corridors that reminded him uncomfortably of the Ministry. All polished stone and efficient coldness. Platform 6 turned out to be a small dock where a boat waited, creaking gently against its moorings. Not a magical boat, just a regular wooden vessel that looked older than Charlie's grandfather. A captain smoking a pipe gestured him aboard. Crossing to Dover, 20 galleons. Highway robbery, but Charlie didn't care. He paid and found a spot on the deck, watching the French coast recede into darkness. The channel was rough, waves choppy under a moonless sky. Charlie gripped the railing and tried not to think about how many hours it had been since Bill's letter. Battle. The word kept circling in his head. Battle meant fighting. Fighting meant casualties. His family had always been fighters, Gryffindors, brave and reckless, and convinced they could handle anything. But brave didn't mean invulnerable, and reckless sometimes meant dead. He should have been there. The guilt sat in his stomach like poisoned meat. He should have paid attention to what was happening in Britain instead of focusing only on dragons. Should have gone home more often. Should have been there when whatever happened, happened. The boat rocked, and somewhere far across the water, Britain waited. Home waited. His family waited, or what was left of them. The crossing took 3 hours. Charlie spent every minute standing at the rail, watching the dark water, willing the boat to move faster. Behind him, other passengers talked in low voices. He caught fragments about the battle and you-know-who, and can you believe it's finally over? But he didn't join in, didn't want to hear speculation or rumors, wanted only facts, wanted only to see his family with his own eyes and know they were safe. Dawn broke over the white cliffs of Dover, just as the boat reached shore. The Muggle town was waking up, early risers heading to work, shops beginning to open. Charlie pushed through the crowds, Muggles who had no idea what had happened in the magical world that shared their space, until he found a quiet alley where he could disapparate. He thought of Hogsmeade, of the village he'd known as a student, where he'd bought butterbeers and visited Zonkos, and once, memorably, been caught by Professor McGonagall trying to sneak back into the castle past curfew. The apparition compressed him into nothing and spat him out on a familiar street, just as the sun cleared the mountains. Hogsmeade was silent, not peaceful silent, wrong silent, the kind of silence that came after screaming stopped. Charlie walked up the main street slowly, seeing broken windows, scorch marks on cobblestones, an overturned cart outside Honeyduke's. The village looked like someone had shaken it and thrown it down. No one stopped him. No one spoke. A few people moved between buildings with the exhausted shuffle of those who hadn't slept, who'd seen too much. An old witch sat on a bench, crying quietly. A wizard was repairing a fence with shaking hands, his wand movements imprecise with fatigue. Charlie kept walking, through the village, onto the path that led uphill toward the castle, toward Hogwarts, where his youngest brother had spent this last year, where his family might be, where he should have been all along. The morning sun warmed his back as he climbed, but Charlie felt cold. The path showed signs of recent violence, broken branches, disturbed earth, dark stains he didn't look at closely. He'd fought in scrapes before, had faced dark wizards, and dealt with poachers and dangerous creatures. But this felt different. This felt like the world had come apart, and nobody had told him until it was too late to matter. The castle came into view slowly as he rounded the last bend. Hogwarts, home of his school years, place of his best memories. It stood against the morning sky, looking ancient and patient and damaged. Broken windows, crumbled stone, smoke still rising from somewhere near the astronomy tower. But standing, still standing. Charlie stopped at the gates, his hand on the iron bars, and allowed himself one moment of selfish relief. The castle stood. That meant people survived. That meant maybe, possibly, his family. He pushed the gates open and walked toward the entrance, toward whatever waited inside. Toward the end of the night he'd missed and the beginning of everything that came after. The massive oak doors stood ajar. Charlie took a breath, tasting smoke and morning dew and magic gone strange, and stepped inside. The entrance hall was empty. Charlie stood just inside the doors, breathing hard from the climb, and stared at a space that should have been full of students, of morning chatter, of people moving between classes or heading to breakfast. Instead, silence pressed against his ears like water, broken only by the distant drip of something leaking and the creak of damaged stone settling. The marble staircase was cracked down the middle. Someone had placed wooden boards across the worst of it, temporary, dangerous-looking things that wouldn't last a week. Scorch marks blackened the walls in patterns Charlie recognized from curse fire. Dark magic left specific signatures, and these spoke of spells he'd only read about in books, the kind decent wizards didn't use. He moved forward slowly, his boots loud against the stone floor. The house point hourglasses stood intact, small miracle, but their contents had scattered, jewels everywhere across the floor, like spilled blood in emerald and ruby and sapphire and topaz. Later, someone would count them properly, would restore house pride and competition. Now they were just debris. The smell hit him as he climbed the broken stairs, potion smoke and burnt wood and something underneath that made his stomach clench. Death had a smell. He'd learned that early, working with dragons. Creatures died, sometimes handlers died, and the scent of it lingered. This was that smell, mixed with magic gone sour. He followed it toward the great hall, where golden morning light spilled through the doorway. The house tables were gone. Charlie stopped in the doorway, trying to reconcile what he saw with his memories of feasts and sorting ceremonies and ordinary breakfasts with his brothers. The 4 long tables had been pushed against the walls, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff on one side, Ravenclaw and Slytherin on the other, making space for rows of makeshift beds. No, not beds, bodies. They'd laid them in lines, 20 or 30 that Charlie could see from where he stood. Sheets covered most, white fabric that couldn't hide the shapes underneath. Some were small, students, children. Some were larger, adults, professors maybe, or parents who'd come to fight. House elves moved between the rows with quiet efficiency, tucking blankets that weren't needed anymore, leaving flowers picked from the grounds. Healers worked among the living, who lay on actual beds conjured between the rows of dead. St. Mungo's green robes mixed with the casual clothes of people pulled from their homes, all of them moving with the careful speed of the exhausted. Potions, bandages, diagnostic spells, the ordinary tools of healing, inadequate against whatever had happened here. Charlie forced himself to step inside properly. His eyes went immediately to hair color, searching for Weasley red among the living and trying desperately not to find it among the dead. There, Ron. He spotted Ron first, sitting on the floor beside a bed where Hermione Granger lay sleeping or unconscious, her bushy hair spilling over a pillow. Ron's face was streaked with dirt and what might have been tears, his robes torn, but he was breathing, alive. Movement near the staff table, still in place at the front of the hall, and Charlie's heart lurched as he recognized his father's balding head. Arthur Weasley sat slumped in a chair that had been pulled from somewhere, his hands hanging loose between his knees. Beside him, Molly. His mother's face looked carved from stone, empty and ancient in a way that made Charlie's chest hurt. He walked toward them, weaving between beds and bodies and healers who didn't spare him a glance. Everyone here had somewhere to be, someone to mourn or heal or comfort. No one questioned his presence. "Mum," he said when he was close enough. His voice came out rough. "Dad." Molly looked up slowly, as if turning her head required enormous effort. For a moment, she didn't seem to recognize him. Her eyes were red and swollen, focused somewhere past his shoulder. Then awareness returned, and with it, something that might have been relief, or might have been fresh grief. "Charlie." She said his name like a prayer or an accusation. "You came." "Bill sent an owl. I couldn't. The flu wasn't working, and I had to get a port key to France. And then—" He was babbling, hearing his own words spill out desperate and useless. "What happened? Is everyone—" Arthur stood, moving like an old man, though he wasn't yet 60. He gripped Charlie's shoulder, held it tight enough to hurt. "You're here now," he said. And that was all. As if Charlie's presence mattered, as if arriving after everything was over counted for something. "Where's Bill? And Percy? And—" Charlie's eyes went to the rows of covered bodies, counting them compulsively, hating himself for it. "Bill's with the curse breakers," Molly said. Her voice sounded scraped raw. "Clearing the dungeons. There are things down there. Dark objects. He took Greyback's claws in the entrance hall, but he's walking. He's fine. The healers patched him, and he insisted on working." Of course he did. Bill would keep working until he fell over, would deal with curses and dark magic, because that was what he knew how to do. Charlie understood that impulse, the need for useful action when everything else felt impossible. "Percy's helping McGonagall," Arthur added, "coordinating with the ministry, arranging—" He stopped, something catching in his throat. "Arranging for families to collect their dead." The words hung in the air like smoke. They're dead. As if some of those covered shapes belonged to people Charlie knew, people whose names he'd once called across Quidditch pitches, or whose faces he'd seen across the common room. "And the others?" Charlie asked, though part of him didn't want to know, wanted to stay in this moment of not knowing where everyone might still be fine. "Ginny, Ron, the twins." Molly made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "Ron's here, you saw. Ginny's sleeping in the tower. She fought all night, Charlie. Our little girl fought all night. And when it was over, she collapsed. Madame Pomfrey said to let her rest. Pride and horror mixed in her voice. Mother's fear for her daughter's safety warring with fierce love for her daughter's courage. George's... Arthur started, then stopped. Looked at Molly. Something passed between them. Married communication that needed no words. Charlie's stomach dropped. What? George's what? Alive, Molly said quickly. He's alive. But Fred... Her voice broke completely. She pressed both hands over her mouth as if she could trap the grief inside, keep it from escaping into the world, where it would become real. The great hall tilted. Charlie heard the words, but they wouldn't connect to meaning. Fred. Something about Fred. But Fred was immortal, wasn't he? Fred and George, two halves of one whole. The twins who tormented and delighted and made everything lighter just by existing. You couldn't have one without the other. It was like saying the sun had risen without light, like saying dragons had forgotten how to fly. No, he said. Stupid, useless word. No, he can't. Where is he? Arthur pointed with one shaking hand toward the rows of covered bodies. Third row, fifth from the end. A shape under white fabric, unmoving and wrong, and impossible. Charlie walked towards it without deciding to move, his feet carrying him across stone floor that had once echoed with feast day laughter. The shape resolved as he got closer, tall enough to be an adult, slim-build, shock of red hair visible where the sheet didn't quite cover. Someone had placed his wand on his chest, crossed over with a flowering branch from the grounds. Peaceful gestures for a death that had been anything but. He knelt beside his brother's body, and the world narrowed to this. White sheet, pale hands. Fred's face relaxed in a way it never had been in life. Always moving, always grinning, always plotting the next joke or prank or brilliant idea. Still now. Finally. Impossibly still. There was an explosion, a voice said behind him. George's voice, but wrong, flat and empty of the humor that usually colored every word. In a corridor, we were fighting Death Eaters. Percy was with us, and there was a blast. The wall came down. He was laughing, Charlie. His last words were a joke about Percy making a pun. Can you believe that? Percy making jokes, and Fred thought it was hilarious. And then Charlie turned. George stood 3 feet away, looking like someone had hollowed him out and left just the shell. His left ear was bandaged, torn off months ago by Snape's curse. Charlie remembered that story, and his robes were scorched and blood-stained. But it was his face that made Charlie's chest ache. George looked at Fred's body with the expression of someone who'd watched their own death and survived it. "I'm sorry," Charlie said, knowing the words were useless, knowing nothing he said would matter. "George, I'm so sorry. I should have been here." "Yeah." George's voice carried no accusation, which somehow made it worse. "You should have, but you weren't. None of us were where we should have been, really. Percy was at the ministry. Bill was moving gold for Gringotts. You were in Romania. Fred and I were at the shop, making jokes about nosebleed nougats, while Voldemort took over the government. We all just lived our lives, thought we had time." He sank down beside Charlie, his knees hitting stone hard enough that it must have hurt, reached out and touched Fred's hand where it lay crossed over the wand, his fingers gentle. "I keep thinking he's going to jump up," George said softly. "You know, like it's an elaborate prank. He'll throw off the sheet and yell, 'Gotcha!' And we'll all be furious and relieved, and Fred will laugh himself sick at tricking everyone. That's how it should work. That's how we work. Worked, Charlie's mind supplied. Past tense now. The twins were singular, one voice forever silenced. He loved you, Charlie said, because he had to say something, had to offer something, even if it was just obvious truth. Both of you. You were his whole world, George. The shop, the inventions, making people laugh. He died doing what he believed in. I know. George's hand tightened on Fred's. I know that, and he was happy right up until he wasn't. But knowing doesn't help. Nothing helps. There's just this hole, like someone carved out half my chest and didn't bother to seal it up after. They knelt together in silence, two brothers beside a third who would never move again. Around them, the great hall continued its quiet choreography of grief and healing. A student cried out in sleep. Nightmare, probably, and a healer moved to comfort her. House elves brought more blankets, more flowers, maintaining their service even in catastrophe. The living tended their wounds, while the dead waited patiently for whatever came next. Charlie had seen death before. Dragon handlers died sometimes when they got careless or unlucky, or when a creature proved more dangerous than expected. He'd helped carry bodies off the reserve, had stood at funerals, had felt the grief of losing colleagues. But this was different. This was his brother, his little brother, who'd once begged Charlie to teach him to fly, and who'd cried when Charlie left for Romania, and who'd sent him joke products at the reserve, enchanted dung bombs and trick wands and parcels that exploded in showers of coloured sparks. This was Fred, who shouldn't be dead, who should be alive and laughing and planning his next great prank. Tell me what happened, Charlie said finally. From the beginning. I only got fragments. The flu network was down, and then I was travelling, and no one could tell me anything coherent. George didn't look up from Fred's face, but he started talking, his voice mechanical, reciting facts because facts were safer than feelings. Voldemort came to the castle last night, gave Harry an hour to surrender, said if Harry turned himself in, he'd spare everyone else. Harry was going to do it, the noble git. But then the order arrived, and the teachers started fortifying the castle, and everyone who was of age decided to stay and fight. The younger students got evacuated through the room of requirement. There's a passage to the Hogshead, but some of them snuck back, brave and stupid, like all Gryffindors. He paused, swallowed hard, continued. They attacked at midnight. Death Eaters and giants and things. Dark creatures I'd never seen before. Acromantulas from the forest. Dementors, snatchers, werewolves. They came at the castle from every side, and the protective enchantments held for maybe an hour before they started breaking. Then it was fighting in the corridors, the grounds, everywhere. Spells flying, people falling, and you couldn't tell who was winning because it was just chaos. Charlie listened, watching George's face as he spoke, memorizing this because someone needed to remember. Someone needed to hold the story of how Fred Weasley died, and if it killed George to tell it, then Charlie would carry it for him. Fred and I stayed together, George said. Obviously. We'd been with Lee Jordan at first, defending the entrance, but we got separated. Found Percy instead. He showed up to fight, finally got his head out of his arse long enough to remember he had a family. We were working as a unit, the three of us, taking down Death Eaters in the 7th floor corridor. And Percy made a joke. Actually made a joke. about resigning from the ministry. Fred was so delighted. He was laughing, and then his voice broke, stopped, started again, smaller. An explosion. Rookwood, I think, or maybe Dolohov. I didn't see who cast it. The wall came down, stone and dust everywhere. I was thrown clear, Percy too. But Fred, he took the worst of it. 1 second he was laughing. Next, he was on the ground with rubble on his chest and his eyes. George stopped. Couldn't continue. Charlie gripped his shoulder, feeling inadequate and useless, and so far out of his depth that he might as well still be in Romania. I tried everything, George whispered. Every healing spell I knew, but he was already gone. It was instant, they said, when they checked. He didn't suffer, just switched off, like a light going out. Instant death. Merciful in some ways. Fred hadn't bled out in agony or died slowly of his wounds, but mercy was cold comfort to the twin who'd watched it happen, who'd tried to heal what couldn't be healed. The battle kept going for hours after, George continued, still in that flat voice. I don't remember much. Percy pulled me away from Fred, made me keep fighting, said we'd mourn later, said Fred would want us to finish it. So we did. We fought until Voldemort killed Harry in the forest. Except he didn't. Somehow Harry's still alive. It's complicated. And then Voldemort came back to the castle, and Neville killed his snake, and everything went mad, and eventually Voldemort was dead too, and it was over. He finally looked up, meeting Charlie's eyes directly. That's what happened. That's the story. Dark Lord rises. People die. Heroes save the day. Happy ending. Except Fred's still dead. So it's not very happy, is it? Before Charlie could answer, a presence appeared beside them. Molly, moving with the slow care of someone afraid they'd shatter if they moved too fast. She sank down on Fred's other side, reaching out to smooth his hair back from his forehead in a gesture she'd done 1,000 times when he was small. My baby, she whispered. My beautiful, clever, impossible boy. Arthur joined them, and then Percy appeared from somewhere, face blotchy with crying. Ron left Hermione's bedside and limped over, his arm in a sling. Ginny came down from the tower, still in her torn and bloodied clothes, and collapsed beside George without a word. Bill arrived last, fresh bandages on his neck, Fleur at his side supporting him, though he tried to pretend he needed no support. The Weasley family, -1, gathered around the body of their lost member. They stayed like that as the morning sun climbed higher, as the castle began to wake properly, as the more people arrived to claim their dead or search for their living. Stayed while healers worked and house elves brought food that no one ate, and the first reporters appeared at the gates demanding statements. Charlie knelt beside his brother's body and felt the weight of every choice he'd ever made, every decision that had taken him farther from home. Romania had seemed so important, the dragons so vital. Build a life, follow your passion, find yourself. All good things, all reasonable things. But they'd brought him here, to this moment, on this floor, arriving too late to matter. George leaned against his shoulder, and Charlie put his arm around his surviving brother, holding him upright. Across Fred's body, Molly wept silently, her tears falling onto the white sheet. Arthur's face had crumpled into grief too large for expression. Percy held Ron, who held Ginny, who held herself very still, as if movement might break whatever was keeping her together. Outside, the sun shone on Hogwarts. The battle was over. The war was won. And Fred Weasley, aged 20, was dead. Time broke into fragments. Charlie existed in moments that didn't quite connect, each one sharp and separate, like shards of glass. The morning stretched and compressed unpredictably. Seconds that lasted hours, hours that vanished in blinks. He moved through the castle, helping where he could, but his mind stayed fractured, unable to process the enormity of what had happened. Someone needed bodies moved from the Great Hall to a temporary morgue in a ground floor classroom. Charlie volunteered. The work was heavy, physical, the kind of thing that required muscle and focus, but no emotional complexity. He could do this. Lift, carry, lay down gently. Repeat. Don't think about the weight in your arms. Don't think about the faces under the sheets. Don't think at all. He worked alongside Hagrid, who moved through the task with tears streaming into his beard, but his hands infinitely gentle. The half-giant lifted students as if they were made of spun glass, murmuring soft words to bodies that couldn't hear. There now, little one, off you go. It's all right now, all done. Knew 'em all, Hagrid said at one point, his voice thick. Every single one. Taught 'em care of magical creatures, saw 'em growing up. That one there. He gestured to a small form they'd just laid down. Colin Creevey, Muggleborn. Couldn't have been more than 17. Loved photographs, loved everything about magic. Snuck back to fight even though he'd been evacuated. Brave as they come. Charlie looked at the boy's covered face. Just a kid, really. Someone who should have had decades ahead of him. Thought of Ron, who was only a year older, who'd also fought all night but survived. Arbitrary, the difference between living and dying. Wrong place, wrong spell, wrong second. They carried 23 bodies that morning. Charlie counted without meaning to, the number burning into his brain. 23 people who'd woken up yesterday and gone about their business and hadn't known they'd be dead by dawn. Students and professors and order members and parents who'd come to fight beside their children. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks lay side by side, married less than a year, leaving an infant son orphaned. Colin Creevey and his camera, which someone had placed in his cold hands. Lavender brown, mauled by a werewolf, the bite marks still visible on her neck. 50 more, they said, in other parts of the castle. 50 beyond these, 23. The number was incomprehensible. Fred made 74. Between carrying bodies, Charlie searched for his other siblings, needing visual confirmation that they still breathed. He found Percy in McGonagall's office, coordinating with ministry officials who'd finally arrived once the danger had passed. Percy stood at the desk with parchment and lists, his handwriting precise, despite the shake in his hands. He was making arrangements, transportation for bodies, notification of families, documentation of the dead, practical tasks that someone had to do, that Percy could focus on, because focusing on them meant not thinking about Fred's last laugh. Charlie, Percy said when he noticed him in the doorway. Then, with painful formality, I'm glad you made it home safely. They'd never been close, Charlie and Percy. Too many years apart, too different in temperament. Percy valued rules and order and proper procedure. Charlie had fled Britain for dragons and wild spaces as soon as he'd graduated. But Percy was his brother, and the careful control on his face right now, the way he held himself together through sheer force of will, made Charlie's chest ache. Mum said you were here, Charlie said. Just wanted to. I needed to see you. Percy's composure cracked slightly. I was with him when he died. Fred, did George tell you? He mentioned it. I made him laugh. Percy's voice went strange, caught between pride and anguish. I'd been such an ass for years, choosing the ministry over family, believing their propaganda about Harry and Dumbledore. But I came back, showed up last night and apologized, and Fred, he was so happy I was there, made jokes about it. And then he stopped, straightened papers that were already straight, continued in his careful, controlled voice. I need to finish these notifications. Families need to know. They deserve proper information, not rumors or delayed owls. It's the least I can do. Charlie understood. Percy was doing what he knew how to do, was being useful in the only way he could manage. Do you need help? No, but thank you. Percy looked at him properly then, and something raw showed through the bureaucratic mask. I'm glad you're here, Charlie. I know you and I have never been particularly close, but I'm glad it wasn't much. But it was something. A small thread of connection between brothers who'd spent years in different worlds. Charlie nodded, left Percy to his lists, and went to find the others. Bill was in the dungeons with a team of curse breakers, dismantling dark magic traps that Death Eaters had left behind. Charlie found him in a corridor near the potions classroom, his wand moving in complex patterns over what looked like an ordinary stretch of wall, but probably wasn't. Don't step there, Bill said without turning around. Or there. Actually, just stay where you are until I've finished with this section. Charlie froze, watching his oldest brother work. Bill moved with the confidence of someone who'd spent years dealing with cursed tombs and dark artifacts, his injured neck apparently not slowing him down. Fleur stood nearby holding tools and components, her expression fierce and protective. Nearly got it, Bill muttered. His wand traced one final symbol in the air, and something clicked. The wall shimmered and returned to normal stone. Right, that's done. Charlie, you can move now. They stood in the dungeon corridor, and for a moment neither spoke. Bill looked exhausted, his face drawn and pale under the bandages, but his eyes were steady, alive, present. Mum said Greyback got you, Charlie said finally. Bill touched his neck absently. Scratched me. Could have been worse. He wasn't fully transformed. It was still human form. Hurt like hell, but the curse breakers from Gringotts pulled him off before he could do real damage. I'll have some scarring, maybe a few wolfish tendencies, but nothing like a full bite would cause. You should be resting. Can't. Too much to do. Bill gestured at the corridor, at the castle beyond. Death Eaters knew they might lose, so they left presents, cursed objects, triggered hexes, things designed to hurt whoever tried to clean up. Someone has to clear them, and most of the castle's curse breakers died in the battle. So it's me and Jean-Pierre and Fleur helping where she can. Fleur moved closer, slipping her hand into Bill's. I tell him he should rest, but he does not listen, stubborn, like all Weasley men. I'm fine, Bill insisted, though his face said otherwise. He looked at Charlie properly. You came from Romania. Soon as I heard. Couldn't get here faster. The borders were locked. I had to go through France. You're here now. That's what matters. Bill squeezed Fleur's hand, then released it. I need to finish this corridor. But after, maybe we could talk. All of us? I haven't seen George since they moved Fred, and I'm worried about him. He's not good, Charlie said quietly. Broken, Bill. I don't know how to help him. None of us do. But we'll figure it out. We're Weasleys. We figure things out. It should have sounded confident. Instead, it sounded desperate. like Bill was trying to convince himself as much as Charlie. But Charlie nodded anyway, because what else could he do? He found Ron in the hospital wing, sitting beside Hermione's bed, while Madame Pomfrey fussed over various injured students. Ron's arm was properly splintered now, his face cleaned of dirt and blood, but he still looked shell-shocked, kept staring at Hermione as if afraid she'd disappear if he looked away. "She's fine," Ron said when he noticed Charlie. "Exhausted, couple of minor hexes, but fine. Pomfrey said she could probably wake up if we needed her to, but she needs rest. They all need rest." He gestured vaguely at the other occupied beds. Charlie recognized Harry Potter in one, the boy who lived, unconscious but breathing, his distinctive messy hair visible above the blankets. Luna Lovegood in another, her dreamy expression peaceful even in sleep. Dozens more, students and adults, all showing signs of the night's violence. "You fought all night," Charlie said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah, me and Harry and Hermione. It's complicated. We weren't even here. We were hunting Horcruxes, which is this whole thing with dark magic, and we only came back yesterday because—" Ron stopped, overwhelmed by the complexity of trying to explain. "It doesn't matter. We came back. We fought. People died. Fred died." His voice cracked on their brother's name. Charlie sat in the chair beside Ron's, close enough that their shoulders touched. Brotherly contact, simple and grounding. "George told me what happened, the explosion. I wasn't there." Ron's hands clenched on his knees. "I was in another part of the castle with Harry, fighting Death Eaters, thinking I was doing something important. And Fred, George sent his Patronus, told us Fred was dead, and I couldn't process it. Still can't, really. Keep expecting him to show up making jokes about faking his death." George said the same thing. "Of course he did. They were—" Ron struggled with tense, with the grammar of losing someone. "How's George doing, really?" "Not well. He's staying close to Fred's body. Won't leave it." Ron nodded slowly. "Makes sense. If it were Harry, I don't think I could leave either. When someone's that connected to you, that much a part of your life, losing them must be like losing yourself." They sat in silence, two brothers who'd fought in different parts of the same battle, both alive through luck and chance and the arbitrary nature of war. Around them, the hospital wing continued its quiet work. Madame Pomfrey moved between beds dispensing potions and comfort. Someone groaned in pain. Someone else cried softly. The sounds of survival, costly and precious. "I'm glad you're here," Ron said finally. "I know you came as fast as you could. Don't let anyone make you feel bad about that." Charlie hadn't realized he needed to hear it until Ron said it. "Thanks. We're going to get through this, somehow, as a family." Ron sounded like he was trying to convince himself. "We have to. For Fred, for Mum and Dad, for each other." "Yeah," Charlie agreed, though he had no idea how. How did you get through losing someone like Fred? How did a family knit itself back together with such an obvious gaping hole in its center? He didn't know. But Ron was right. They'd have to try. Ginny was the hardest to find. Charlie searched the tower dormitories first, then the common rooms, then started checking smaller spaces, alcoves and empty classrooms, and the little pockets of quiet the castle offered. He finally found her on the astronomy tower, sitting with her back against the parapet, staring out at the grounds. The tower showed battle damage, cracked stone, burn marks, dried blood on the floor that someone hadn't cleaned yet. Ginny sat in the middle of it, looking impossibly small, impossibly young. 16 years old, his baby sister. The little girl who tagged after her brothers, begging to be included in their games. "Ginny," he said softly, not wanting to startle her. She looked up, and her face nearly broke him. Bruised and scraped, yes, but worse was the expression. Something ancient and worn that had no business on a 16-year-old's face. She'd seen too much, fought too hard, survived what she shouldn't have had to survive. "Charlie." She didn't sound surprised. "I wondered when you'd show up. Bill said you were in Romania." He sat beside her, matching her position against the parapet. "Got here as fast as I could." Everyone keeps saying that. As fast as I could. As if speed matters when you're already too late. She wasn't being cruel, just stating facts with the bluntness of exhaustion. "Were you in Romania when it happened? When Fred—" "Yeah, feeding dragons. Completely useless while my family was dying." Ginny turned to look at him properly. "Don't do that. Don't make it about guilt. There's enough of that to go around. We don't need more." She returned her gaze to the grounds, to the forbidden forest dark against the morning sky. "I fought all night. Hexed Death Eaters, defended corridors, tried to protect younger students, and Fred still died. Percy was right there beside him, and Fred still died. George tried to heal him, and Fred still died. We were all trying our best, and it wasn't enough. How are you holding up?" She laughed, sharp and bitter. "I'm not. I'm sitting on a tower covered in blood. Some of it mine, some of it other people's. Trying to remember what it felt like before. Before the war, before this year of hell at Hogwarts under the Carrows. Before watching people I love die. Can't quite manage it. Feels like I've always been this tired." Charlie wanted to comfort her, to say something that would ease the weight she carried. But Ginny had always been fierce, had always rejected empty reassurance. So he just sat with her, brother and sister on a damaged tower, sharing the burden of survival. "Harry's alive," Ginny said after a while. "Did you know that? Voldemort killed him in the forest. Everyone saw it. But somehow Harry survived. Again. The boy who lived lives again. And it's—" She stopped, struggling with complicated emotions. "I love him. And I'm so grateful he survived. But part of me is angry too, which is awful and unfair. Why does Harry get to keep living when Fred doesn't? Why do any of us get to keep living?" "Survivor's guilt," Charlie said quietly. "I know something about that." "Do you?" She looked at him with those sharp eyes, seeing through him. "Or are you just saying that to make me feel better?" "Both, maybe. But Ginny, Fred wouldn't want you feeling guilty for surviving. Neither would anyone else who died. They fought so we could live. Wasting that gift by drowning in guilt dishonors them." "I know. Logically, I know that." She pulled her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. "But logic doesn't help much right now. Nothing helps much right now." They sat together as the sun climbed higher, as the grounds below slowly came to life with people beginning the work of cleanup and repair. From here, Charlie could see the damage clearly. Broken sections of wall, scorched earth, debris scattered across what had been pristine lawns. The castle had survived, but it bore scars that would take time to heal. Like all of them, really. "I'm going to stay for a while," Charlie said. "As long as you need. The reserve can manage without me." Ginny leaned her head against his shoulder, a gesture of trust and exhaustion. "Good. We need you here." George needs you, especially. I'm worried about him, Charlie. He's broken in a way I don't know how to fix. I don't know how to fix him either, but I'll try. That's all any of us can do. Try, and hope it's enough. Below them, Hagrid emerged from the castle carrying tools for repairs. McGonagall appeared on the steps, directing people with crisp efficiency, despite the grief Charlie could see even from this distance on her face. Students began emerging too, those who'd slept a few hours and now returned to help. Life continuing despite death, the world insisting on moving forward even when everything in you wanted to stop. Charlie held his sister while she cried quietly against his shoulder, her tears soaking through his dragon-hide jacket. He thought of Fred, of George's hollow face, of Ron's shell-shocked eyes, and Percy's rigid control, and Bill's determined work, and Ginny's battle-worn expression. Thought of his parents, aged decades in a single night. Thought of his family, fractured and grieving, and trying to figure out how to exist with such an obvious piece missing. He'd arrived too late to fight, too late to help, too late for anything that mattered. But he was here now, and somehow, some way, he'd find a way to be useful, to help his family heal, or at least to hold them together while they tried. The sun continued its climb. The castle waited, patient and damaged and enduring. And Charlie Weasley, dragon handler and absent brother, stayed where he was needed most, even if he didn't know yet what that meant. The Gryffindor common room was wrong. Charlie climbed through the portrait hole. The fat lady had looked at him with such sorrowful recognition that he'd nearly turned back and found a space that bore no resemblance to the warm, chaotic room he remembered from his school years. The furniture sat in unnatural arrangements, pushed aside to make room for sleeping bags and makeshift beds. Scorch marks blackened one wall. The windows were cracked, temporarily patched with magic that shimmered weakly. It smelled of smoke and healing potions and unwashed bodies. A dozen students slept in corners, exhausted fighters finally getting rest. A few sat awake, staring at nothing. Near the fireplace, which burned low and uncertain, as if the castle's magic itself was traumatized. George sat alone on a worn sofa, his knees drawn up, his arms wrapped around himself. He didn't look up when Charlie approached, didn't acknowledge his presence at all, just stared into the flames with the expression of someone who'd gone somewhere far away and wasn't sure how to return. "George," Charlie said softly, sitting on the sofa's edge. "Mind if I sit with you?" No response. George's eyes tracked the flames' movement, but showed no recognition that he'd heard. Charlie settled in anyway, giving his brother space, but staying close enough to matter. The common room was quieter than it had ever been during his time at Hogwarts. No laughter, no gossip, no heated debates about Quidditch or homework. Just the crackle of uncertain fire and the occasional whimper from someone trapped in nightmare. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Time felt negotiable in here, stretchy and strange. Charlie watched George watch the fire and tried to remember if he'd ever seen either twin truly still before. Fred and George had been perpetual motion, energy and chaos incarnate. Seeing George motionless felt fundamentally wrong, like watching a river forget how to flow. "Do you remember?" Charlie said finally, not sure if George was listening, but needing to fill the silence with something. "When you were 7, and Fred convinced you that you could fly if you just believed hard enough, and you climbed onto the burrow's roof and jumped?" "Nothing. no flicker of recognition. You broke your arm in 2 places. Mum was furious, at Fred for the idea, at you for going along with it, at all of us for not stopping you. But while she was setting your bones, Fred climbed onto the roof again. Said if you'd broken your arm, he should break his too, to make it fair. Charlie smiled slightly at the memory. Dad caught him before he could jump. But that was you two, wasn't it? Always balanced. One of you got hurt, the other tried to match it. One of you had an idea, the other made it better. You were a unit, complete. George's hands tightened slightly on his knees. Small movement, barely visible, but Charlie counted it as acknowledgement. I don't know what it feels like, Charlie continued, to lose someone who's that much a part of you. I can't pretend to understand. But I'm here, George, and I'm not leaving until you tell me to. You should go back to Romania. George's voice came hoarse and unused, like he'd forgotten how to speak. Your dragons need you. They'll manage. You need me more. I don't need anything. George finally looked at him, and his eyes were empty in a way that made Charlie's stomach clench. Need implies wanting, and I don't want anything. Don't feel anything, really. It's all just grey, static, like someone turned off the colour. Charlie had no answer to that. What could you say to someone who'd lost half their soul? Platitudes about time-healing wounds felt insulting. Promises that it would get better felt like lies. Tell me about the shop, Charlie said instead. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. I never got to visit properly, just heard stories. What was it like? Purple, George said after a long pause. Everything purple and orange, loud, chaotic, brilliant. His voice carried a ghost of the enthusiasm that had always coloured his speech when talking about their inventions. We'd built something real, Charlie. Not just a shop, but a place. Kids came in looking miserable from school or home, or just life, and they'd leave smiling. We made people laugh, made them forget their problems for a few minutes. That mattered. It did matter. Still does. How? Fred's dead. The war's over. Who needs jokes now? Everyone, Charlie said firmly. Especially now. People need laughter, George. Need joy. Need to remember that life exists beyond grief. That's what you and Fred understood better than anyone. That humour isn't trivial. It's essential. George's expression cracked slightly. He had so many ideas for new products, new spells, improvements on old inventory. He'd wake up at 3 a.m. with some brilliant thought and shake me awake to tell me. And I'd be annoyed but also excited because Fred's 3 a.m. ideas were always gold. Now they're just gone. All those ideas, all that brilliance, gone. Not gone, Charlie said. In you. You knew everything he knew. You finished each other's sentences, worked on projects together. His ideas are your ideas. His brilliance is your brilliance. No, George shook his head violently. That's not how it works. We were better together. Separate, we're just less. I'm less without him. Half a person trying to do a whole person's job. He stood abruptly, pacing to the window, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. Nothing like his usual fluid grace. Do you know what the worst part is? Not the grief, though that's awful. Not even the missing him, though I'd give anything to hear him laugh one more time. The worst part is the silence. Charlie waited, letting George work through it. I can't hear his voice anymore, George continued, his own voice breaking. Can't remember exactly how he sounded. I know logically what his voice was like, same as mine, obviously. We're identical. But I can't hear it in my head. Can't remember the precise tone of his laugh, or how he said my name, or the way he'd draw out vowels when he was being dramatic. It's only been hours and I've already forgotten. How is that possible? How can I forget my own brother's voice? You haven't forgotten, Charlie said gently. You're in shock. Your brain is protecting you from too much at once. The memories will come back. What if they don't? What if I forget everything? His voice, his expressions, the way he'd gesture when he was excited, or how he'd chew his lip when he was concentrating. What if I lose all of that? Charlie crossed to his brother, gripped his shoulders. You won't. I promise you won't. And even if you did, which you won't, everyone else remembers too. Ron remembers, and Ginny, and Bill and Percy, Mum and Dad, Lee Jordan, everyone who knew Fred. We'll help you remember. George's face crumpled. He didn't cry, seemed beyond crying. But something broke in his expression, some last defense crumbling. I don't know how to be just George. I've been Fred and George for 20 years. We came into the world together, 6 minutes apart, learned to walk together, learned magic together, built our whole lives together. How do I just exist as only half of that? One breath at a time, Charlie said, because he had no better answer. One moment at a time. You figure out how to be George alone the same way you figured out everything else, by trying, failing, trying again. I don't want to try, want to... George stopped himself, but Charlie heard what he didn't say. Want to follow Fred, want to stop existing too. The thoughts sat between them, dark and terrible. Don't, Charlie said firmly. Don't you dare. Fred wouldn't want that. Your family needs you. Your mum would never survive losing both of you, George. It would kill her. I know. George's voice was small. I know that. But knowing doesn't help. Nothing helps. They stood together in the damaged common room, while the fire burned low and students slept their exhausted sleep, and the portrait hole occasionally admitted someone who took one look at their grief and quietly left. The castle settled around them, ancient stones adjusting to battle damage, the very walls seeming to mourn. After a time, Charlie couldn't say how long, George spoke again. Will you tell me about Romania? About the dragons? It was the first request George had made, the first indication that he wanted anything beyond silence and solitude. Charlie seized on it like a lifeline. Which part? There's a lot to tell. All of it. Start at the beginning. Why you left, why you stayed, what it's like working with creatures that could kill you any second. Anything that's not here, not this. So Charlie told him. He described the Romanian mountains, craggy and wild and beautiful in ways Britain's tamed landscape could never match. Told him about his first day at the reserve, when he'd been simultaneously terrified and exhilarated by the Swedish short snout who'd nearly barbecued him. About learning dragon behavior, understanding that they weren't monsters but animals with their own logic and patterns. George listened, his expression gradually shifting from blank emptiness to something approaching interest. Small change, barely there, but Charlie counted it as progress. Chinese fireballs are the most dangerous during mating season, Charlie said. Territorial and aggressive. Lost a handler 3 years ago, Stefan, who got between a male and a female. The male torched him before anyone could intervene. We found his wand afterward, melted to slag. Cheerful story, George murmured, but there was a hint of dark humor in his tone. Gallows humor, but humor nonetheless. Dragon handling isn't cheerful work. It's dangerous, dirty, exhausting. You're always one mistake away from becoming a statistic. But it's also, Charlie searched for words, real, honest. Dragons don't lie or pretend or play political games. They're exactly what they appear to be. There's something pure about that. Is that why you stayed? Because it's simpler than people? Maybe. Charlie considered it. I left Britain because I didn't know what to do with myself after Hogwarts. Didn't want an office job at the ministry. Didn't want to settle down and be respectable. Dragons offered adventure, purpose, a way to be useful that didn't involve meetings or paperwork or trying to fit into society's expectations. Running away, George said, not quite an accusation. Yeah, running away. I see that now. Charlie met his brother's eyes. I ran away from Britain, from family expectations, from having to figure out who I was supposed to be. Thought distance would give me freedom. Instead, it just made me distant, removed, not present when I was needed. George was quiet for a long moment. Then, you weren't here. The words landed like a physical blow. The same thing George had said in the Great Hall, but different now. Not statement of fact, but something closer to accusation. Or maybe just truth that needed voicing. No, Charlie agreed. I wasn't here. I was in Romania feeding dragons while my family fought for their lives. While Fred died. While Fred died, George repeated, his hands clenched into fists. You were safe. I was 6 feet away and I couldn't save him. But you were in another country entirely, completely untouched, clean, while we were covered in blood and rubble and... He stopped, breathing hard. Charlie waited, letting him work through it. I'm not angry at you, George said finally. I want to be. Would be easier if I could blame someone. Blame you for not being here, for being safe while we suffered. But I can't. You came as soon as you could. And even if you'd been here, even if you'd been standing right beside us, Fred would still be dead. The explosion didn't care how many Weasleys were in range. It just happened. I should have been here anyway. Maybe, but you weren't. None of us were where we should have been, really. That's the thing about war. It happens whether you're ready or not, whether you're present or not, whether you want it or not. George turned back to the window, his reflection ghostly in the cracked glass. Fred and I spent the war making jokes, literally. While people died, while Voldemort took over the ministry, while Death Eaters tortured Muggleborns, we were in our shop inventing trick wands and portable swamps. We knew what was happening, had order members coming through, heard the stories, but we kept working, kept joking, kept pretending we could stay separate from it. You were keeping people's spirits up. That mattered. Did it? Did jokes matter when students were being tortured at Hogwarts? When Muggleborns were being hunted? When people needed real help, not skiving snack boxes? George's voice carried bitter self-recrimination. We should have closed the shop, should have joined the order properly, fought from the beginning. Maybe if we had, Fred would have been more careful, would have taken it seriously, instead of treating the battle like one more adventure. You can't think like that, Charlie said, second-guessing every choice, imagining different outcomes. That's a path to madness. What happened, happened. All we can do is move forward. I don't want to move forward. Moving forward means leaving Fred behind, means accepting he's gone, accepting I have to keep living without him. I don't know how to do that, Charlie. don't know if I want to." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Charlie chose his next words carefully. "You don't have to know how yet. You don't have to want to. But George, you're still breathing. That means something. That means you keep going, even if you don't know why or how. For Mum and Dad, for your siblings, for all those kids who'll walk into your shop someday looking for a reason to smile." "The shop?" George laughed, broken and painful. "Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Should change the name, shouldn't I? Just Weasley's Wheezes now. Singular. One wizard instead of two." "Or you keep it," Charlie suggested. "Keep Fred's name on the door. Let the shop be a monument to both of you, to everything you build together." George considered this, something shifting in his expression. Not quite hope, too soon for that, but perhaps the tiniest crack in the grey emptiness. He'd like that, having his name on something permanent. Fred hated being forgotten, hated being generic. Always wanted to matter, to make a mark. He did make a mark, on everyone who knew him. On me most of all. George's hand went to his chest, pressing over his heart. He's in here somewhere, in my memories, my patterns, the way I think and move and exist in the world. Maybe that's enough. Maybe I carry him with me. "You do," Charlie said. "You absolutely do." They stood together as afternoon lights slanted through the cracked windows, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Outside, the castle grounds showed signs of cleanup. People working in teams, repairing damage, clearing debris, life insisting on continuing despite death's best efforts. George moved back to the sofa, and Charlie joined him. They sat in companionable silence now, different from the earlier oppressive quiet. This silence held space for grief without demanding anything. Brothers together, one broken and one inadequate, both trying to figure out how to exist in a world that had shifted fundamentally. The fire burned lower. Students began to stir, waking from troubled sleep to face another day of aftermath. The portrait hole admitted McGonagall, who took one look at George and Charlie and nodded approval before leaving them alone. "Will you stay?" George asked finally. Small voice, vulnerable in a way the twins never allowed themselves to be. "As long as you need," Charlie promised. "I'm not going anywhere." "Okay." George leaned his head back against the sofa, exhaustion finally overtaking him. "That's okay." His eyes closed. Within minutes, his breathing evened into sleep. First real rest Charlie had seen him take since arriving. Charlie stayed where he was, keeping watch, being present in the only way he currently could. Outside, the sun continued its arc. Inside, a brother slept while another kept vigil. And if it wasn't enough, if it didn't fix anything, at least it was something. At least he was here. The work began on the third morning after the battle. Charlie stood in the entrance hall at dawn, watching McGonagall organize teams with the same crisp efficiency she'd once used to assign detention. Her face looked carved from granite, aged by grief and responsibility, but her voice remained steady as she directed curse breakers, builders, and volunteers into groups. "The dungeons remain hazardous," she announced to the assembled crowd of perhaps 50 people. Order members, former students, ministry officials, parents who'd come to help. "No one enters without curse-breaker clearance. The astronomy tower is structurally unsound and off-limits until we can properly assess. The 7th floor corridor where..." Her voice caught, almost imperceptibly. "Where the heaviest fighting occurred requires dark magic removal, before repair work can begin. Charlie noticed how she didn't mention Fred specifically, though everyone knew that corridor was where he died. Professional distance, necessary for someone trying to hold a castle and community together. I need volunteers for dangerous work, McGonagall continued, clearing rubble that may be cursed, dismantling dark magic traps, stabilizing damaged walls before they collapse on someone. This is not safe labor. I will not think less of anyone who chooses less hazardous tasks. Charlie's hand went up immediately. So did Bill's, despite Fleur's worried sound beside him. Kingsley Shacklebolt raised his, a scarred aura Charlie didn't recognize, a witch with burn marks covering half her face. People who'd already proven themselves willing to face danger. Very well. McGonagall's eyes lingered on Charlie for a moment, something like approval in her expression. Mr. Weasley, the younger Mr. Weasley, you've experience with dangerous creatures. I'm told dragons require careful handling. Yes, Professor? Apply that same caution here. The castle is wounded, and wounded things can be unpredictable. She distributed assignments with swift precision. Bill Weasley, continue curse breaking in the dungeons. Kingsley, coordinate with the auras on dark object removal. Charlie, I'm assigning you to structural work with Phileas. The castle's magic is destabilized. Walls that should hold may collapse. Floors that appear solid may give way. We need someone strong and careful. Can you do that? Yes, Professor. Good. The rest of you, there are lists of tasks posted in the Great Hall. Cleaning, organizing supplies, preparing meals for workers, tending to the injured. Every job matters. Every hand helps. Let's begin. Charlie found Professor Flitwick near the 7th floor corridor. The tiny wizard standing on a conjured platform to examine ceiling damage. Even elevated, he barely reached Charlie's shoulder, but his wand movements were precise as he cast diagnostic charms. Ah, Charlie, Flitwick said, not looking down. Good. I need someone with muscle and sense. Rare combination, that. Come look at this. Charlie climbed onto the platform beside him. The corridor was devastated. Walls crumbled, floor torn up, ceilings sagging dangerously. Bloodstains marked the stones, darker patches that someone had tried and failed to scrub away. This was where Fred had laughed his last laugh, where the explosion had stolen him. Charlie swallowed hard, forcing himself to focus on structure rather than memory. The support beams are cracked, Flitwick explained, pointing with his wand. Magical and physical both. The explosion damaged more than just stone. It disrupted the castle's own enchantments. Hogwarts has been maintaining these corridors for 1,000 years. But now, he demonstrated with a diagnostic spell that revealed cracked spider webbing through the ceiling in patterns invisible to normal sight. It's struggling. We need to shore up the physical structure while I work on restoring the magical integrity. What do you need me to do? Heavy work, moving rubble, placing support beams, holding things steady while I cast. Nothing glamorous, but essential. Can you manage? Yes, sir. They worked in tandem, Flitwick's expertise and Charlie's strength combining to stabilize the corridor section by section. Charlie lifted stones that would have required 3 normal men, his dragon handling muscles proving useful in a completely different context. He placed support beams under Flitwick's direction, held them steady while the professor cast reinforcement charms, then moved to the next section. The work was exhausting, physical in a way that felt almost meditative. Lift, place, hold, repeat. Don't think about whose blood marked these stones. Don't imagine the explosion that had brought them down. Just focus on making safe what was dangerous, on rebuilding what was broken. Other workers appeared throughout the morning. A team of house elves cleared smaller debris, their magic making quick work of shattered stone and broken furniture. Madame Pomfrey passed through checking on everyone, dispensing healing potions and stern warnings about overwork. Students arrived, older ones, seventh years who'd fought and now wanted to rebuild, and were assigned to cleaning crews and supply runs. Charlie worked through morning into afternoon without break. His back ached, his arms trembled with fatigue, but he welcomed the pain. Physical exhaustion was simple. You worked until you hurt, then you worked more, and eventually your body found strength you didn't know you had. Not like emotional exhaustion, which had no endpoint, no clear path to recovery. Take a rest, Flitwick finally ordered, noticing Charlie's hands shaking as he held a beam. No good to anyone if you collapse. 15 minutes, drink water, eat something. Charlie climbed down from the platform and found a section of intact floor to sit on. His legs felt like water. Someone, house elf, probably, had left a basket of food and water bottles nearby. He drank deeply, tasting stone dust and sweat, then forced himself to eat a sandwich that might as well have been parchment for all he tasted it. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Bill appeared, his neck bandages freshly changed, carrying what looked like a cursed necklace sealed in a containment box. Still at it? Bill said, sitting beside him with a groan. You're going to kill yourself at this pace. Better than sitting still. Yeah. Bill set the containment box down carefully. I know the feeling. Fleur's furious with me. Says I should rest. Let the wounds heal properly. But I can't just sit in the hospital wing while there's work to do. They sat in silence, two brothers too tired to talk, but comfortable in shared exhaustion. Around them, the castle continued its slow recovery. Hammering somewhere below, voices calling instructions, the scrape of rubble being moved, sounds of repair, of life insisting on continuity. George still won't leave Fred's body, Bill said finally. Ron told me. Just sits there in that classroom turned morgue, won't talk to anyone, barely eats. Mum's worried sick. I sat with him yesterday, Charlie said. Got him talking a little. But he's broken, Bill. I don't know how to help him. None of us do, but we keep trying anyway. Bill pulled out his wand, absently casting a cleaning charm on his dirt-covered hands. Percy's burying himself in paperwork. Ron won't leave Hermione's side. Ginny's throwing herself into clean-up work like she's possessed. Everyone's coping however they can. And you're curse-breaking despite being injured. And you're doing a heavy labor despite having been awake for 3 days straight. Bill smiled faintly. We're Weasleys. We work through our problems. It's what we do. Is it working? No, but it's better than the alternative. Bill stood, retrieving his containment box. Break's over. Back to the dungeons. Try not to get crushed by falling masonry. Try not to get cursed. Always do. Bill left, and Charlie forced himself back to his feet. His body protested, but he ignored it. Back to the platform. Back to lifting and holding and rebuilding. Flitwick had made progress on the magical repairs. The ceiling no longer sagged quite so dramatically. The walls showed fewer cracks. Small improvements, but improvements nonetheless. They worked through afternoon into evening. More workers cycled through. some leaving exhausted, fresh ones arriving with energy and determination. McGonagall appeared periodically, checking progress, offering quiet thanks, moving on to oversee other repairs. The castle was her responsibility, her burden, and she carried it with the same fierce dedication she'd given to everything else in her life. As sunset painted the corridor in shades of orange and red, Hagrid arrived carrying massive wooden beams on his shoulder as if they weighed nothing. The half-giant's face was still puffy from crying, but his hands were steady as he positioned the beams where Flitwick directed. "Good to see you working so hard, Charlie," Hagrid said, his voice thick. "Your family would be proud." "Thanks, Hagrid. Fred would be proud too. And George, he'll come around eventually. Just needs time. And family around him. You're doing right by being here." The words shouldn't have mattered so much, but they lodged in Charlie's chest, warm against the cold guilt that had lived there since arriving. Maybe being here now, even if too late for the battle, still counted for something. Maybe showing up, even belatedly, was better than not showing up at all. They broke for dinner as darkness fell, McGonagall firmly insisting that everyone needed food and rest. The Great Hall had been partially restored. The house tables returned to their proper positions, though scorch marks still blackened the walls. House elves had prepared a simple meal, stew and bread and vegetables from the greenhouses. Charlie sat at the Gryffindor table with his siblings, Bill and Fleur, Ron and Hermione, awake finally, pale but determined. Ginny. Percy joined them after finishing his ministry correspondence, still looking rigidly controlled. George's seat remained empty. He'd refused to leave the morgue classroom, refused food, refused company beyond those brief hours with Charlie. Their parents sat at the staff table with McGonagall and the other professors, Molly looking smaller than Charlie had ever seen her, Arthur's arm around her shoulders. They'd aged decades in 3 days, the cost of losing a child written clearly on their faces. 73 confirmed dead, Percy announced quietly, consulting notes he couldn't seem to stop taking, including 50 students or recent graduates. The youngest was 16, Colin Creevey. "Percy," Bill said gently, "we don't need the statistics right now. Someone needs to track them. Someone needs to remember the exact numbers, the precise cost. If we don't document it, if we just call it the battle, without acknowledging every single person who died, then we diminish their sacrifice." No one argued. Percy was right, in his precise, painful way. Every death mattered. Every name deserved recording. "They're holding a memorial service in 3 days," Percy continued. "Ministry organize. For all the fallen. Families can collect. Can take." His voice cracked slightly. "Can take their dead home afterward. For private burials." Charlie thought of Fred lying in that classroom, waiting patiently for someone to claim him. Thought of George refusing to leave his side. Thought of the moment they'd have to move Fred, have to take him to the burrow for burial, and how that moment would break something that hadn't yet broken. "I'll help with arrangements," Bill offered. "Whatever needs doing." "I will too," Charlie added. "Anything you need." Around them, the hall filled with other workers finishing their days. Conversations stayed quiet, subdued, but there was something almost peaceful about it. People sharing food after hard work, finding comfort in community. The castle providing for those who'd fought for it. The very act of eating together a small rebellion against death. After dinner, Charlie returned to the 7th floor. Flitwick had left for the evening, but Charlie found tasks to do alone, moving more rubble, organizing salvageable stone, sweeping dust into piles for removal. Mindless work that let his body exhaust itself while his brain ran in circles. He thought about survivor's guilt, about being the one who wasn't there, who didn't fight, who arrived clean and whole while his family bled. Thought about all the choices that had led him to Romania, away from Britain, away from family. Good choices at the time, following his passion, building a career, finding himself. But they'd also been escape choices, running away from expectations and responsibility, and the complications of staying close. Now those choices felt like betrayal. While he'd been feeding dragons and enjoying mountain views, his family had suffered through a year of horror. Voldemort in power, Death Eaters at Hogwarts, torture and fear and death. He hadn't even known how bad it was, hadn't paid attention to British news, hadn't maintained regular contact, had let distance become disconnection. Beating yourself up won't help. Charlie turned. Ginny stood at the corridor entrance, still in her work clothes, covered in dust from wherever she'd been cleaning. Just thinking, he said. Yeah, I can see that. Dangerous activity. She picked her way through the rubble to join him. You've been working non-stop since you got here. Barely sleeping, barely eating. Punishing yourself won't bring Fred back. I know that. Do you? Ginny's sharp eyes pinned him. Because from here, it looks like you're trying to exhaust yourself into forgiveness. Working until you can't think, can't feel, can't remember that you weren't here when it mattered. She was too perceptive, always had been. Youngest sibling, overlooked for years, but she saw everything. Maybe I am, Charlie admitted. Is that so wrong? I should have been here, Ginny. Should have been fighting beside you instead of living your life, having a career, existing somewhere other than Britain. Ginny sat on a pile of rubble that had been sorted for disposal. Charlie, the war happened. You being here or not being here wouldn't have changed the outcome. Fred would still be dead. Voldemort would still be defeated. The only difference would be that you might be dead too. And then Mum would have lost 2 sons instead of 1. At least I would have tried. At least I would have stood with my family. You're standing with us now. That counts. She pulled her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. I spent this whole year at Hogwarts watching the Carrows torture students, watching friends get hurt, get broken, get taken away. I couldn't do enough. Couldn't save everyone. Couldn't stop it. And in the battle, I fought as hard as I could, hexed as many Death Eaters as I could reach, protected as many people as possible. Fred still died. So did 50 others. No matter how hard I tried, how fierce I was, how much I wanted to save everyone, it wasn't enough. Tears tracked through the dust on her face. That's survivor's guilt, Charlie. That's what it feels like to live when people you love don't. And the only way through it is to accept that you did what you could with what you had. You weren't here for the battle, but you're here now. That's what matters. Being present for the aftermath, for the rebuilding, for George when he finally breaks apart completely. Charlie moved to sit beside her. When did you get so wise? When I had to grow up too fast? She leaned her head on his shoulder, small gesture of sibling affection. We all did, really. This war stole our childhoods, our innocence, our everything. But we're still here, still alive, still capable of choosing what comes next. They sat together in the damaged corridor as darkness gathered outside and workers finished for the night, and the castle settled into evening quiet. Brother and sister, both exhausted, both guilt-ridden, both trying to figure out how to exist in a world that had fundamentally changed. "George needs you," Ginny said finally. "More than this corridor needs rebuilding. More than the castle needs repairs. He's drowning, Charlie, and you might be the only one who can reach him." "I don't know how. Neither does anyone else. But you're trying. That's more than nothing." She stood, brushed dust from her clothes. "Come on, let's get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll work more, hurt more, heal a tiny bit. That's all we can do. One day at a time." Charlie let her pull him to his feet. His body screamed in protest, every muscle aching, hands blistered, back straining. But Ginny was right. This was the work now, showing up, trying, being present, even when presence felt inadequate. They walked together through the quiet castle, past sleeping portraits and damaged walls, and the evidence of a battle Charlie hadn't fought. Tomorrow, he'd return to rebuilding. Tomorrow, he'd sit with George again. Tomorrow, he'd keep trying to earn his place among people who'd survived what he'd only heard about. Tomorrow, he'd keep being here, even if here was the hardest place to be. For tonight, sleep, rest, recovery, and in the morning, stone by stone, they'd rebuild what war had broken. The memorial service was held on a grey morning that threatened rain, but never quite delivered. Charlie stood with his family in the castle grounds, where hundreds had gathered to honour the dead. McGonagall had organised it with the same meticulous care she brought to everything: a stage for speakers, rows of chairs for families, standing room beyond for the countless others who'd come to pay respects. The 73 names had been carved into a temporary stone monument, magical letters that glowed softly in the dim light. Fred Weasley's name was 14th from the top. Charlie couldn't stop looking at it. His brother, reduced to carved letters on stone. 20 years of life, brilliance, laughter, summarized in 2 words, and birth and death dates that sat too close together. The service itself passed in fragments. Kingsley Shacklebolt spoke about sacrifice and courage. A student, Hannah Abbott, wearing Hufflepuff colours, read a poem about loss that made Molly sob. Professor McGonagall stood at the podium and spoke each name clearly, pausing between them, giving weight to every single person who died. "Fred Weasley," she said, her voice carrying across the silent crowd. Age 20, entrepreneur, inventor, brother, son, friend, who gave his life defending the castle he loved. George stood rigid between Charlie and Bill, his face blank, his hands clenched so tight that his knuckles had gone white. When McGonagall spoke Fred's name, something in George's posture shifted, not quite breaking, but cracking further, fault lines spreading through already damaged foundation. After the names came the personal remembrances. Families who wanted to speak about their loved ones were invited to the stage. Molly couldn't do it. She tried to write something and collapsed in tears. Arthur had held her while she wept, his own face carved with grief. Percy had offered, but the words wouldn't come when he stood at the podium. He'd managed. Fred was, before his voice failed completely. George walked to the stage instead. Charlie's heart nearly stopped watching him climb the steps, moving like someone who'd forgotten how his own body worked. George stood at the podium, gripping its edges, and looked out at the assembled crowd with eyes that held nothing but emptiness. Fred would have hated this, George said, finally. His voice carried flat and strange across the grounds. All this solemnity, everyone being sad and serious. He'd have wanted jokes, pranks, maybe some wildfire whiz-bangs going off during the boring speeches. Would have wanted people laughing instead of crying. He paused, swallowed hard. But Fred's not here to make that choice. So we get the sad version instead. The one where I stand up here and try to explain what he meant, what we lost, why the world is colder and grayer without him in it. And I can't explain it in words that make sense. Fred was everything. My twin, my business partner, my best friend, the person who understood me better than I understood myself. We finished each other's sentences, shared each other's thoughts, moved through the world as one unit in two bodies. George's hands tightened on the podium. Now I'm just half, walking around trying to figure out how to be a whole person when I've only ever been part of a pair, and I don't have an answer. Don't have anything profound to say about loss or grief or moving forward. Just, Fred's dead. My brother's dead. And nothing will ever be right again. He stepped down without waiting for response, walked back to his seat with that same broken gait, and sat staring at nothing while the service continued around him. After the memorial, families began taking their dead home. The Weasleys waited until evening, until most others had left, before approaching the classroom where Fred's body had lain for 3 days. House elves had prepared him properly, cleaned, dressed in fresh robes, placed in a simple wooden coffin that Arthur and Bill had built together. He looked peaceful, still wrong, still impossibly absent, but peaceful. Molly broke completely when she saw him, fell to her knees beside the coffin, reaching out to touch his face with shaking hands. "My baby," she whispered. "My beautiful baby boy." They stood around Fred as a family, saying goodbyes that felt inadequate. Ron cried silently, his hand in Hermione's. Ginny pressed her fist to her mouth, holding in sounds that wanted to escape. Percy's rigid control finally shattered, and he sobbed openly, all his careful composure dissolving into raw grief. Bill held Fleur while she wept in French, her words a stream of sorrow Charlie couldn't translate. George just stood there, dry-eyed and empty, looking at his twin's body as if memorizing every detail for a test he'd never pass. "We should go," Arthur said finally, his voice rough. "It's time." They levitated the coffin carefully, Arthur and Bill guiding it, while the others walked alongside, through the castle corridors, down the stairs, across the grounds to where a ministry portkey waited. The journey to the burrow was brief, magical travel collapsing distance, but felt endless. Coming home should have been joyful. Coming home with Fred's body made the burrow feel like a place they'd never truly return to. They buried him in the orchard behind the house, near the old gnome holes where he and George had played as children. The grave was deep, the coffin lowered carefully, and each family member threw in a handful of earth while Molly sobbed, and Arthur held her upright, and George stood like a statue, watching his other half disappear into the ground. When it was done, when the grave was filled and smoothed and covered with flowers that would wilt too soon, they returned to the house. The burrow felt simultaneously too full and too empty, crammed with family, but missing the person who'd made it feel like home. Charlie stayed for 2 more days. He helped where he could, repairing the ghoul damage in the attic, fixing the garden fence, doing physical work that kept him busy. But mostly, he watched his family try to function in their new reality. watched Molly cook too much food for too few people, kept setting a place for Fred before remembering, watched Arthur retreat to his shed, tinkering with Muggle electronics because grief had no instruction manual, watched Ron and Hermione leave for Australia to find Hermione's parents, both of them looking relieved to escape the house's heavy sorrow. Watch Ginny throw herself into Quidditch practice, flying until she could barely stand because exhaustion was easier than feeling. Watch George sit in the room he'd shared with Fred, surrounded by joke products and unfinished inventions, staring at his twins' empty bed. On the third day after the burial, Charlie knew he had to leave. The reserve needed him. He'd already extended his absence far beyond normal protocols. Dragons didn't care about human grief. They needed feeding, monitoring, care that couldn't wait indefinitely. Director Angelescu had been understanding, but Charlie heard the strain in her increasingly urgent letters. Handlers were covering his shifts, taking on double duty, wearing themselves out to compensate for his absence. "I have to go back to Romania," he told his mother at breakfast. The words felt like betrayal. Molly's face crumpled briefly before she pulled it back together. "I know, dear. You have responsibilities, work you need to do. I don't want to leave, not now, not with everything." He gestured vaguely at the house, at the grief that hung in the air like smoke. "We'll manage." Molly's voice was firm despite the tears in her eyes. "We always do. And Charlie, thank you for coming home. Thank you for being here when we needed you." Arthur gripped his shoulder, said nothing, but the pressure of his hand conveyed everything that needed saying. The hardest goodbye was George. Charlie found him in the twins' room, sitting on Fred's bed, holding one of their prototype products, a hat that was supposed to make the wearer temporarily invisible, but only worked on Tuesdays. "I'm leaving for Romania," Charlie said from the doorway. George didn't look up. "I know. Heard you tell Mum. I don't want to go, but the reserve, they need me back. The dragons. Don't apologize for having a life." George's voice was flat. Someone should get to go back to normal, pretend the world hasn't ended." Charlie crossed the room, sat on George's bed, his own bed, the one that still held him. "The world hasn't ended. It's changed. It's broken. But it hasn't ended. Feels like it has." "I know." Charlie paused, choosing his next words carefully. "When you're ready, if you're ever ready, come to Romania. Not forever, just for a visit, change of scenery, space to breathe, something different than here." George finally looked at him. "Why would I go to Romania?" "Because staying in this room, in this house, surrounded by memories, that's going to eat you alive. Because sometimes you need distance to heal. Because," Charlie took a breath, "because I'm asking. Come visit your brother who fucked up by being absent, but who's trying to be present now, even if present means inviting you halfway across Europe." Something flickered in George's empty expression. Not quite interest, not quite hope, but at least acknowledgement. "I'll think about it. That's all I'm asking. Just think about it." Charlie stood, moved to the door, then turned back. "George, Fred wouldn't want you to stop living, wouldn't want you to become a ghost haunting your shared bedroom. He'd want you to keep inventing, keep making people laugh, keep being brilliant. You know I'm right. Knowing and doing are different things." "Yeah, they are. But sometimes knowing is the first step toward doing." Charlie pulled out a piece of parchment, scribbled something quickly. "This is my address at the reserve. Write to me. Even if you don't visit, write. Tell me how you're doing, what you're thinking, anything at all. I'll write back. Promise. He left the parchment on Fred's empty bed and walked away before his own grief could overwhelm him. The journey back to Romania took 2 days. Port key to France, boat across the channel, another port key to Budapest, then a grueling hike through the Carpathian foothills to the reserve. Charlie arrived exhausted, emotionally hollowed out, and immediately thrown into crisis. A Romanian longhorn had gotten aggressive during his absence, injured 2 handlers, and needed to be relocated to a more isolated enclosure. He worked. That's what he knew how to do, what he'd always done. Worked until his body screamed, until his mind went quiet, until the dragon's immediate needs drowned out everything else. Fell into his bunk at night, too tired to dream. Woke before dawn to do it all again. But something had changed. Romania didn't feel like escape anymore. Didn't feel like freedom or adventure or following his passion. It felt like distance. Exactly what it was. Physical space between him and the people who needed him. Between him and the family struggling to heal. Between him and George, who sat in a bedroom in Britain, staring at his twin's empty bed. A week after returning, Charlie sat down and wrote a letter. Dear George, I'm back in Romania. The dragons are the same as always, beautiful, dangerous, indifferent to human problems. Today, I helped relocate a longhorn who'd gotten territorial. She tried to set me on fire twice, but we got her moved without anyone dying, so I'm counting it as a success. I keep thinking about what you said, about the world ending, and you're right, in a way. Your world, the one with Fred in it, that world has ended. It'll never come back. But this new world, the one without him, is still here, still spinning, still demanding that you figure out how to exist in it. I'm not good at this. Letters, feelings, saying the right thing. I'm better with dragons than people, but I'm trying. Because you're my brother, and I care about you, and Fred would kick my ass if I didn't at least try to be there for you. Come to Romania when you're ready. Or don't. Just know the option exists. Love, Charlie. He sent it before he could second-guess himself, watching the owl disappear into mountain night. 3 days later, a response arrived. Charlie, your dragon tried to set you on fire. That's darkly funny. Fred would have loved it. I'm not doing well. That's not news, I know. But I thought I should say it clearly. I'm not eating enough, not sleeping, can't focus on anything. The shop's closed, can't bear to go there without Fred. Mum keeps trying to feed me. Dad keeps trying to engage me in conversation. Everyone keeps trying, and I wish they'd stop. Wish they'd let me disappear into nothing. But I'm still here, still breathing. Mum would die if she lost both of us, so I'm staying alive for her. That's all I've got right now, staying alive because someone else needs me to. Maybe I'll come to Romania. Maybe not. We'll see. George Charlie wrote back immediately. George, staying alive for Mum is enough. It's not glamorous or inspiring, but it's enough. It's not glamorous or inspiring, but it's enough. Some days, survival is victory. Tell me about the shop, about the inventions you and Fred were working on. I know it hurts to think about, but those ideas matter. They're part of Fred's legacy, part of what you built together. Don't let them die with him. Charlie. The letters continued, back and forth. Charlie writing about dragons, and George writing about nothing and everything. Gradually, slowly, George's letters got longer, started including details about products he was thinking about finishing. about visiting the shop, just standing outside at first, then eventually going inside, about finding Fred's notes for a new line of trick wands and feeling simultaneously gutted and inspired. Charlie wrote about the dragons, about the mountains, about the strange peace of working with creatures that didn't care about human emotion, about survivor's guilt and feeling useless and trying to figure out how to be a better brother from 1,000 miles away. George, I've been thinking about what I said, about inviting you here, and I realize it was selfish. I was offering you what helped me: distance, space, escape. But maybe that's not what you need. Maybe you need to stay in Britain, close to family, close to Fred's grave. Maybe Romania would just be running away. But the offer stands anyway, because sometimes running away is actually running towards something, toward healing, toward new perspective, toward remembering that the world is bigger than your grief. Come or don't. Either way, I'll keep writing. Charlie. 6 weeks after Fred's death, an owl arrived with a letter that made Charlie's heart leap. Charlie, I'm coming to Romania. Not forever. Maybe a week, maybe 2. Mum's agreed. Actually, she suggested it. Said I needed a change, needed to get out of the house before I became part of the furniture. I don't know what I'm looking for there. Don't know if your dragons and mountains can fix what's broken in me. But staying here isn't working either, so I'm willing to try something different. Don't make a big fuss about it. Don't treat me like I'm fragile. I'm broken, not delicate. There's a difference. I'll arrive next Tuesday. Don't know the exact time. Port key schedules are apparently complicated, but I'll find the reserve somehow. George Charlie read the letter 3 times, feeling something unfamiliar stir in his chest. Not quite hope, too early for that, but possibility maybe. The chance that being here, being present, being the brother who offered sanctuary might actually mean something. He cleaned his small room in the handler's quarters, arranged for George to have the spare bunk, warned Angelescu that his brother would be visiting, planned which dragons to show him first, which mountains to climb, how to fill George's days with wonder and work and things that weren't grief. Tuesday came grey and cold, early autumn settling over the Carpathians. Charlie worked morning shift, then waited near the reserve entrance, watching the path for a familiar figure. George appeared just after noon, looking thin and haunted and impossibly out of place in his bright purple robes among the mountain wilderness. He carried a small bag, walked with the careful movements of someone who'd forgotten how to inhabit their body comfortably. So, George said when he reached Charlie, Romania, land of dragons and mountains and brothers who run away from home. Land of second chances, Charlie corrected, and open skies and space to breathe. George looked around at the mountains, the reserve buildings, the distant enclosures where dragons moved behind reinforced fences. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite relief, but at least interest. The first sign of engagement Charlie had seen in weeks. Show me around, George said. Show me what's so special about dragons that you chose them over family. I didn't choose them over family, Charlie said quietly. I chose distance over discomfort. But I'm trying to do better now. Come on. He led George into the reserve, toward the dragons and the mountains and the possibility of healing, one breath at a time. The first dragon George saw tried to eat him. Not seriously. The Norwegian ridgeback was behind triple reinforced fencing and security wards, but she lunged at the viewing platform with enough force to make George stumble backward, his face going pale. The dragon's roar shook the morning air, sulphurous breath washing over them in waves. "That's Helga," Charlie said calmly, as if discussing the weather. "She's territorial, lost her mate last winter, and hasn't been the same since. Aggressive, unpredictable, dangerous to approach without proper precautions." George stared at the massive creature. Black scales shot through with bronze, wings that could span a house, teeth longer than his forearm. "You work with this? Every day?" "Every day. She needs feeding, monitoring, medical care. Being angry doesn't make her less of a creature that needs tending." Charlie led George away from the enclosure toward the safer herbivore feeding area. "Dragons are honest. When they're going to hurt you, they tell you. No hidden motives, no complicated emotions. Just, 'This is my territory. Stay back, or I'm hungry. Bring food.' Simple." Nothing about that creature seemed simple. "No, but she's straightforward. There's a difference." They walked along the perimeter path, Charlie pointing out various enclosures. Romanian longhorn in that one. Males, so they're competing for dominance. Chinese fireball over there. She's broody, sitting on eggs. Swedish short snout in the far enclosure. She's our gentlest, relatively speaking. George moved like someone sleepwalking, taking in the sights without really processing them. His eyes tracked the dragons, but held no real focus, no genuine interest. Just going through motions, because motions were expected. Charlie recognized that exhausted compliance, had seen it in his own mirror back in Britain, the mechanical functioning of someone too grief-hollowed to care, but too obligated to stop. "Come on," he said, changing direction. "Dragons can wait. Let me show you something else." The mountain path climbed steeply through pine forest, rocky and uneven, requiring attention to navigate safely. George followed without complaint, his breathing labored but determined. They climbed for an hour, maybe more, until they reached a ridge that opened onto a vista of the entire Carpathian range. Mountains rolled away in every direction, peak after peak, forest and stone and sky extending to the horizon. The air tasted clean and sharp, untouched by smoke or spell or the residue of dark magic. Wind moved through the trees with a sound like distant ocean, and overhead a hawk circled on thermal currents. Charlie sat on a flat boulder, gestured for George to join him. They sat in silence, just breathing, just existing in a space that had nothing to do with war or grief or death. "Fred would have hated this," George said finally. His voice sounded rusty, unused. All this nature and silence. He liked noise, crowds, chaos. Would have been bored out of his mind within 10 minutes. "Probably," Charlie agreed. "But you're not Fred." "No, I'm the one left behind." George pulled his knees up, wrapped his arms around them. Half of Fred and George. The boring half, apparently. The one who survives while the brilliant one dies. "You're not the boring half. There is no boring half. You are partners, equals." Charlie picked up a stone, turned it over in his hands. "I've been thinking about partnerships, how they work. Dragons mate for life sometimes. When one dies, the other either finds a new mate or lives alone. Neither choice is wrong. Neither dishonors the dead partner. It's just what comes next. How you choose to live after loss." George didn't respond immediately. Stared out at the mountains, his expression unreadable. "Mum thinks I should reopen the shop," he said eventually. "Keep the business going. honor Fred's memory by continuing what we built. Percy thinks I should take time, process my grief, maybe see a mind healer. Ron just wants me to stop looking like I'm going to collapse. Everyone has opinions about what I should do, how I should heal, when I should start being normal again. What do you think? I think normal is gone. I think the person I was died with Fred, and whoever I am now is just fragments, pieces that don't quite fit together anymore. George's hands tightened on his knees. The shop feels impossible. Walking in there, seeing his workbench, his notes, his half-finished inventions, trying to complete projects we started together. It's too much, but not reopening feels like giving up, like letting Fred's work die with him. Charlie was quiet for a moment, watching the hawk overhead. When I first came to Romania, I thought I was escaping, running away from family expectations, from Britain's problems, from having to figure out who I was supposed to be. And I was right, I was running. But I was also moving toward something, toward work that felt meaningful, toward creatures that fascinated me, toward becoming someone I could respect. He turned to look at George properly. Maybe you're not ready to reopen the shop. Maybe that's too much right now. But that doesn't mean you're giving up on Fred's legacy. It means you're choosing when and how to honor it. On your terms, in your time. And in the meantime, you breathe, you exist, you let yourself be broken without rushing to fix it. Charlie gestured at the mountains. You come to places like this where the world doesn't care about your grief, doesn't demand anything from you except not falling off a cliff. You remember that you're more than your pain. George was silent for a long time, long enough that Charlie wondered if he'd overstepped, said too much, pushed when he should have stayed quiet. Then, tell me why you really left Britain. The question caught Charlie off guard. I told you, dragons, adventure. No, the real reason. Not the official story you tell everyone, but the truth. George finally looked at him, and his eyes held something sharper than the emptiness that had dominated for weeks. You ran away. Why? Charlie took a breath, considered deflecting, then decided George deserved honesty. Because I didn't know how to be a Weasley. Bill was brilliant, already working for Gringotts, doing important curse-breaking work. Percy was ambitious, climbing ministry ranks. The twins, you and Fred, had each other, and your genius and your shop. Ron had Harry Potter as his best friend, was part of saving the world. Ginny was fierce and talented, and going to be Quidditch star. Even the parents had clear roles, Mum holding everyone together, Dad with his muggle obsession. He threw the stone he'd been holding, watched it arc through mountain air. And I was just Charlie. Good at care of magical creatures, decent at Quidditch, not particularly special at anything else. No clear path, no obvious destiny. So I left, found something I could be best at, something that was mine alone. Dragon handling. It was selfish, choosing distance over family. But it was also necessary. I needed to be someone outside of being a Weasley brother. George nodded slowly. That makes sense. More sense than the adventure story anyway. He paused. You know what Fred said once? About you. What? That you were the brave one. Not Gryffindor brave. All of us have that. It's basically required. But brave enough to leave, to choose your own path, even when it meant disappointing people, even when it meant being alone. He admired that. Said he and I were too codependent to ever manage it, too intertwined to function separately. The words lodged in Charlie's chest, unexpected and painful. Fred had admired him. Loud, brilliant, charismatic. Fred had looked at quiet, distant Charlie and seen something worth admiring. He never told me that. Fred wasn't good at serious conversations, preferred jokes and deflection. George's voice went soft. But he noticed people, understood them better than he let on. And he thought you were brave for leaving, even if it hurt Mum's feelings. They sat with that revelation, watching afternoon light paint the mountains in shades of gold and amber. A dragon roared somewhere in the valley below, Helga, probably, protesting something or other. The sound echoed off stone, wild and defiant, and utterly unconcerned with human emotion. "I'm angry at you," George said suddenly, "for not being there, for being safe in Romania while we fought and bled and died. It's not fair to be angry. You couldn't have known, couldn't have changed anything, but I'm angry anyway." "I know. You should be. I'm also grateful you're here now, that you invited me, that you're trying to help even though you have no idea how." George turned to face him. "It's confusing, being angry and grateful simultaneously, resenting your absence while appreciating your presence." "People contain multitudes," Charlie said. "You can feel both things. They're both real." "Yeah." George returned his gaze to the mountains. "Fred and I used to talk about traveling. Not seriously. We were always too focused on the shop. But hypothetically, places we'd go, things we'd see. Never mentioned Romania specifically, but he would have liked this. The wildness of it, the danger, the honesty you mentioned about dragons being straightforward. Want to help feed them tomorrow?" George blinked. "What? The dragons? Want to help with feeding? It's physical work, potentially dangerous, requires focus. Doesn't leave much room for thinking about anything else." Charlie stood, stretched muscles sore from the climb. "You can say no, but the offer's there. I'll think about it." "Fair enough. Come on, let's head back before it gets dark. Mountain paths are treacherous in low light." George did help with feeding. He showed up at dawn. Hadn't slept well, Charlie could tell from the circles under his eyes, and followed Charlie to the feeding preparation area, where handlers were butchering sheep and organizing the day's rations. The work was gruesome, bloody, necessary. George didn't flinch, just rolled up his sleeves and followed instructions. They worked together, uncle and nephew. No, brothers, Charlie corrected himself mentally. Worked like they'd done this for years instead of George's first day. Charlie showed him how to portion meat for different dragon species, explained which dragons needed supplements, demonstrated the levitation charms for moving the heavy food containers. When they approached Helga's enclosure with her breakfast, George moved carefully, but without obvious fear. Stood back while Charlie performed the feeding ritual, opening the secure gate, levitating food inside, closing the gate before Helga could investigate the opening. The dragon devoured her meal in seconds, then turned her massive head toward them, sniffing curiously. "She's beautiful," George said quietly. "Terrifying, but beautiful. Most dangerous things are." Charlie secured the gate, checked the wards. "That's what makes them fascinating. Beauty and danger intertwined, inseparable." They moved to the next enclosure and the next, feeding their way through the reserve's population. George asked questions, technical ones about dragon care, curious ones about behavior, practical ones about safety protocols. His mind engaged with the work, finding patterns and logic where grief couldn't reach. By mid-morning, they'd finished feeding. George looked exhausted, but less hollow. Physical labor providing structure that emotional processing couldn't. "Tomorrow?" Charlie asked. "Yeah, tomorrow." The days developed rhythm. George helped with morning feeding, then rested while Charlie worked through afternoon tasks. They climbed mountains most evenings, finding different ridges, different vistas, spaces where silence felt comfortable instead of oppressive. George talked sometimes about Fred, about memories, about the shop and its uncertain future. Other times, they just sat, existing in proximity without demanding conversation. Charlie wrote letters home to Molly and Arthur, assuring them George was eating and sleeping and functioning. To Bill, describing the reserve and George's engagement with dragon work. To Ginny, admitting that he wasn't sure if this was helping, but at least George had stopped looking actively suicidal. George wrote too, short notes at first, then longer ones. To Lee Jordan about joke shop inventory, to Ron about nothing important, to his parents with reassurances that probably didn't reassure but were necessary anyway. 2 weeks into George's visit, disaster struck. A Ukrainian iron belly, massive, ancient, usually docile, broke containment during a thunderstorm. The security wards failed, weakened by lightning strikes, and the dragon escaped into the surrounding forest. Handlers mobilized immediately, Charlie among them, tracking the creature before she could reach populated areas or hurt herself. "Stay at the reserve," Charlie ordered George. "This is dangerous work, professionals only." George ignored him completely. "I'm coming." "George, I need to be useful, need to do something that matters instead of just existing. Let me help." Charlie saw the desperation in his brother's eyes, the need to prove he still had purpose. "Fine, but you follow orders exactly. No improvising, no risks. Understood?" "Understood." They joined the tracking team, 6 handlers moving through dense forest, following destroyed trees and scorched earth. The Iron Belly was panicked, dangerous in her fear, capable of massive destruction. They found her near a mountain stream, trying to cool burns from lightning strikes that had triggered her escape. "She's hurt," Charlie assessed, from safe distance. Frightened. "We need to calm her before we can approach." The head handler, a scarred Bulgarian named Konstantin, began the soothing process. Soft vocals, calming spells, gradual approach. The dragon remained agitated, fire building in her throat, wings spread in threat display. Then George started humming. Quiet at first, barely audible. A melody Charlie didn't recognize, but it was soothing, rhythmic, the kind of wordless tune that bypassed logic and spoke directly to emotion. The dragon's head turned toward the sound, curious despite her pain. George kept humming, adding gentle hand movements, backing the sound with subtle magic. Not spells exactly, but intent made manifest. The Iron Belly's aggressive posture eased slightly, not calm, but less immediately violent. "What are you doing?" Charlie whispered. "Music theory," George whispered back. "Fred and I studied it for product development. Sound affects emotional state. Certain frequencies calm, others agitate. I'm just applying it differently." He moved closer, still humming, and Charlie's heart nearly stopped. But the dragon watched with something like interest rather than aggression. George's tune shifted, incorporated elements of the stream's babbling, the wind through trees, creating harmony with the environment. The Iron Belly settled. Slowly, incrementally, she lowered her wings, the fire in her throat dissipating. Constantine took advantage of the opening, approached with healing salves for the lightning burns. The dragon allowed it, distracted by George's continued humming. 2 hours later, they treated her burns, reinforced the temporary containment wards, and guided her back toward the reserve. The crisis was over, prevented from becoming catastrophe by Handler's expertise and George's unexpected innovation. That was brilliant, Charlie said as they hiked back. Absolutely brilliant. Where did you learn that? Fred and I were developing a product line based on magical sound theory. Didn't get far before. He stopped, swallowed. Before. But I remembered the research. Thought it might work on creatures as well as people. It worked. You probably prevented her from destroying a village or hurting herself badly. Charlie gripped George's shoulder. You were useful today. Actually, vitally useful. That's not small. George nodded slowly, something shifting in his expression. Not quite pride, too soon for that, but acknowledgement. He'd done something that mattered, had taken his and Fred's work and applied it in a completely new context, had proven, maybe to himself most of all, that he could still contribute something valuable to the world. That evening, sitting on their usual ridge, watching sunset paint the mountains impossible colors, George spoke. I think I'm ready to go home. Not because this isn't helping. It is. But because I need to face what comes next. The shop, the future, figuring out how to be George alone instead of Fred and George. You sure? No, but I'm never going to be sure. So I might as well try anyway. He pulled out a piece of parchment, covered with sketches and notes. I've been thinking about new products. Things Fred and I never got to develop. That sound theory application. It could work for more than calming dragons. Could be therapeutic for people with anxiety. PTSD, magical shock. Could help kids scared of the dark, adults recovering from war, anyone who needs calming. His voice held something Charlie hadn't heard since before Fred's death. Enthusiasm. Small, tentative, fragile, but real. We'll call it, George stopped, corrected himself. I'll call it Weasley Serenity Solutions. Separate from the joke shop, but related. A way to honor what Fred and I built while creating something new. Something that helps people heal. Fred would love that, Charlie said. Yeah, he would. George folded the parchment carefully. Thank you for inviting me here, for showing me the dragons, for giving me space to be broken without trying to fix me. I'm not healed. Probably won't be for years. Maybe never completely. But I'm ready to try, to live, to build something meaningful from the wreckage. Charlie felt something in his chest release. Tension he'd been carrying since arriving at Hogwarts to find his family shattered. He hadn't fixed George. That was impossible. Grief didn't work that way. But he'd offered sanctuary, had been present when presence mattered, had shown his brother that life existed beyond pain, that purpose could be rebuilt from fragments. Come back whenever you need to, Charlie said. The mountains aren't going anywhere. Neither are the dragons, or me. I will, not right away. I've got work to do at home. But yeah, I'll come back. George stood, stretched, looked out at the darkening mountains. You know what Fred would say if he could see us now. Two Weasley brothers sitting on a mountain having feelings. He'd make some joke about emotional constipation or masculine vulnerability, then admit he was proud of us for actually talking. Charlie laughed. First genuine laugh since the battle. Yeah, he absolutely would. They stood together, watching nightfall over the Carpathians, two brothers who'd found each other across distance and grief and impossible circumstances. The dragons settled into evening quiet below. The mountains stood eternal and patient. The sky opened endlessly above them, full of stars and possibility and the promise that tomorrow would come, whether they were ready or not. George would go home. Charlie would stay with his dragons. But the distance between them had changed. Not physical proximity, but emotional connection. Letters would continue, visits would happen, and both of them would carry forward, one breath at a time, rebuilding lives that had fractured when Fred died. Not the same lives they'd had before. Those were gone forever, shattered beyond repair. But new lives, different ones, shaped by loss, but not defined by it. Lives that honored Fred's memory by continuing, by finding joy where joy could be found, by choosing to exist despite pain. The first stars appeared. Charlie thought of his family, Bill and Fleur beginning their lives together, Percy slowly rejoining the fold, Ron and Hermione building something new, Ginny flying fierce and free, his parents learning to function with a hole in their hearts, George preparing to reopen the shop and launch new projects, and himself, the brother who'd been absent, who'd arrived too late, who was learning that presence had many forms. Physical proximity, yes, but also letters, visits, offering sanctuary when sanctuary was needed, being the place where broken siblings could learn to breathe again. A dragon roared in the valley. Not Helga this time, but the Chinese fireball, celebrating successful hatching. New life emerging from carefully tended eggs, the future insisting on arrival despite past losses. Ready to head back? Charlie asked. Yeah, George said. Let's go home. They descended the mountain path together, toward the reserve and the life that waited there, carrying between them the weight of grief and the fragile hope of healing, one careful step at a time. 6 months later, Charlie received a letter with familiar handwriting. Charlie, the shop reopened last week. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, kept the plural. Fred's still a partner, even if he's not here to see it. We're launching the Serenity Solutions line next month. Early testing shows it actually works. Helps people sleep, reduces anxiety, calms magical shock. McGonagall ordered a batch for Hogwarts students still recovering from the war. I'm not okay. Probably won't be for a long time. But I'm living, working, finding moments that don't hurt quite as much. That's something. Mum sends her love. Dad wants to know if you have any spare dragon scales. Don't ask. It's for one of his projects. Ginny made the Holyhead Harpies reserve team. Ron and Hermione are back from Australia and working with the Ministry on Muggle-born rights. Bill and Fleur are expecting. Percy is learning to laugh again, though it still sounds rusty. We're rebuilding, all of us. It's messy and hard, and some days feel impossible. But we're doing it. Think I'll visit this summer. Got some new product ideas that might work with dragon behavior. Plus, I miss the mountains, miss the space to breathe, miss my brother who showed me that sometimes running away is actually running towards something worth finding. Love, George P.S. Fred, would be furious he's missing all this dragon stuff. You'll have to tell him about it when you see him again. Whenever that is. Give him my regards. Charlie read the letter twice, then pinned it to the wall beside his bunk, where he could see it every morning. Reminder that being present didn't always mean being there. That sometimes love looked like letters and visits and offering open skies when someone needed space to heal. Outside, the dragons called to each other in the gathering dawn. Inside, Charlie prepared for another day of dangerous, beautiful work with creatures that didn't care about human grief, but taught important lessons about resilience. The sun rose over the Carpathian Mountains, painting everything in shades of gold and promise. And Charlie Weasley, the brother who hadn't been there when it mattered most, smiled at the new day and the family that was learning to live again. One breath, one letter, one careful step at a time.